Hello, hello. Can you all hear me? Theodore, hey, thanks for being here. Let me quickly set things up here and then I'll be right there. There we go. Yes, perfect. All right. All right, cool. I think I'm ready. Let me zoom in. All right, hey everybody, welcome to today's stream. I will be finishing the series of the anatomy study. Took quite a while to get to this point, but yeah, as you can see, the study itself is done just from the modeling perspective, but from the rendering side, it's also done as well. I wanted to create a few more views of the renderings I showed last week or last time that I streamed, but I didn't get around to do more renders of that. But yeah, it's just a minor thing that I just have to do. But in general, the rendering side is done as well. So you can see here the skeleton in its full glory. You can see that there are the details that I sculpted in Zbrush, and it was quite a joy to see everything come together and making this final image here. So quite a lot of work went into it, and I'm glad that I went through all the work and the streams to get it to the level that it is in right now. So when I zoom in here on the back side, I did a little bit of poly painting. Could have pushed it a bit further, but at this point in time, I'm thinking of just finishing it. So Theodore, you had some issues with the render last stream. How you fixed it? That was correct. It was 2 streams ago. I had a issue with the displacement map, and the issue was that I had the scaling in Blender different, or in Maya it is. The scaling in Maya was different than it was in Zbrush. And this way the displacement map was too subtle, and it didn't scale with the scaling that I did in Maya. So I baked it at a really small scale in comparison to how I had it in Maya. And this way the offset of the displacement map was not noticeable. So I adjusted the scaling in Zbrush again to fit the scaling that I had in Maya, baked all the maps again, and then it worked perfectly. So it was an error on my side. But yeah, very quick fix. It was just a bit annoying to do the troubleshooting, but now I know, and now it all works, which is awesome. So yeah, what I did the last stream, what I started with was the supports for the skeleton. And let me quickly pull that up, because I finished it and I started with the printing process, which I will show you the results of next. So give me a second to pull that up. Characters, anatomy study, and then printing. So skeleton supports, jitterbox, and there we go. So these are all the parts that I printed on my printer. I have, similar to the Elegoo Mars, a printer here at home, and I only supported the right side of the skeleton, and then I mirrored it over to the left side. So just to save a little bit of time. So that you can see that the left arm and left leg is missing here. But it worked perfectly. Maybe I added a few supports too many, or too many supports in a few areas, just like here. But I wanted to make sure that all the islands get supported, and there were quite a few. So, but the prints came out awesome, and I can actually show you the printed result. So let me switch to the other camera. All right, I think now it should be working. As I said, this is the final result. Hopefully the exposure is not messing it up. But yeah, print came out awesome. You can see that all the details are printed, no layer lines. Maybe I can zoom in even further, so you can actually get a better glimpse of it. There we go. Hopefully, yeah, the exposure is a bit off, but yeah, I really like the result. It's awesome to see. With the knees here. So fully assembled. It's great to have it now on my desk, right next to the anatomy figure that I bought from 3D Total. So it's a bit larger, but yeah, doesn't lack quality at all. So really awesome. Was quite the journey to get to this point, but now it's there and I can print it again and again, which is super awesome. I still have to print a base, which is currently printing on my printer, and then it is a bit more stable. Hey Beacon, yes I do. You've been here before. Thanks for joining. So quite awesome to see how everything came together. And now it's for the final step for me, it is preparing the muscled version of the skeleton or of the anatomy study. So this one to be printed. And after that, it's done. So today my plan is I set this out for me, that this is the last time that I will be streaming the anatomy study here. And for the next streams, I'm thinking about starting a new project. So it's gonna be My plan right now, it's still up for change, but plan right now is to start with the stylized character and bring it to a level that is production quality, that is at the point that it can be rigged and animated. So with all the textures and shading as well. So yeah, the anatomy study took, I think, around 24 streams. It's a few months now that I've sculpted on this, but it was well worth it. So thanks everybody for following along so far. If there are any right now that have been following multiple times or have been attending the live streams, I just really appreciate everyone that anyone that has been a part of it. It was quite motivating to do that alongside with all of you. So Virat recently started learning sculpting. Your videos are really helpful. Really glad to hear that. Sorry, I gotta go to learn. See you in the next stream. Thanks for stopping by and all the best with your learning. So Virat recently started. Thanks for joining, Virat. If you have any questions, like in general, anyone that is currently watching, if you have any questions or random things to talk about, just let me know. And yeah, this is the, how do you say that? The format to do exactly that. So yeah, other than that, like I said, the next project will be more on the stylized side. I'm thinking about covering the concept design for this as well, and then go through the entire process. So from concepting, modeling, texturing, retopology, and all of that, and bringing it to a final level, hopefully. So, Beacon. The bones of the foot. Yes, you can. Let me zoom in here. So this version here right now is already exaggerated. So I exaggerated the details a bit for the print to show it a little better. So this is the foot. Yeah, and actually the details really come through on the print itself, which I'm really happy about. So really glad to have spent so much time putting in the details. So it's a really good addition to all of my models that I have. And I'm thinking about making that available on my Gumroad page. There isn't anything yet there, so this will be like the opening, more or less, of the Gumroad store. And then you can print it yourself and use the Zbrush files as a reference. So this will happen probably this week, maybe next week by the latest. So if you're interested in that, make sure to follow me, and I will make sure to send out a notification once it's available. And yeah, maybe it's helpful or beneficial to some of you that is currently studying anatomy as well, or just want to have a really cool looking skeleton as a print. So all right. Now what I want to do is I want to make everything visible, and let me see. I want to print it out similar to how I printed the skeleton, and that is by separating the arms, legs, and the head, and print that out as separate pieces, and after that gluing it all together. So first thing that I want to do is I want to go into the individual objects and exaggerate the details a bit more for the print to show. So for that I'm going to go into the masking, and what I really like to use is the mask cavity, and you can see that it masked all the lines, all the little lines, and I can inverse the mask, hide it, and then inflate it inwards, and this way it hopefully makes all the details pop a little more. This was not nice looking, so let's blur it once. Hopefully it keeps a lot of its shape, and do the same thing again. So -4, and yeah, you can see the difference. I don't want to exaggerate it too much, but just so much that the printer is picking it up. And the same for the torso. So mask the cavity, inverse the mask and blur it once. And now I can inflate it inwards. Maybe do it one more time, this time without the blur. So -2, let's see. Yeah, I think that should be good. I think I can ignore the anti-aliasing that it has right now. Or actually, let me change the masking profile, and I think this is probably a better idea. So -2. Yeah, I think this looks better. Let's do the same here actually again. So mask my cavity and then inverse it. -2. Maximiliano, I see that you are working with an immense amount of points. Which CPU do you have? Let me put that in the chat. There should be a chatbot posting my specs. So I'm working on a laptop right now, and I think it's fairly decent for a laptop, but not super strong. Zbrush is just really good with handling a lot of polygons. So, and the fact that I'm using subdivision levels on my models, it allows Zbrush to be a bit more efficient with the points. Cobra. One thing I always had trouble with was modeling the breasts. They would always look deformed. I would say it's a matter of practice, and try to not be too high in when it comes to the poly count, because then it's harder to smooth the polygons out. And yeah, any tips maybe? If you have a hard time blocking them out, maybe add them as separate objects in the beginning, and once you're satisfied with the form, just merge it together with the rest of the body. That might solve a few things. Alright, the arms and the torso are looking good. Let's do the same for the legs. So, where is it? Masking. Then change the masking profile to a linear one. And inflate it inwards. Maybe I should have done this with the displacement maps as well, but maybe on the next study. So, yeah, I think it comes out really, really nicely. So the last thing is the face. Let's do that as well. By going to the highest subdivision, mask by cavity, and after that it's time for decimating. So this was too much. 210 minus 2. Alright, that looks good. Just checking if there are any intersections that I can fix. Alright. Cobra. Right, many thanks. Would you suggest a low-res polysphere to attach to the model and then blend it later? Great content, by the way. Thanks. Yeah, a polysphere could be nice. What you could also do is to use the insert primitive brushes to insert the sphere directly into the subtool that you have. This way you have, and you don't have to create another subtool, but instead create a new polygroup that is separate. And yeah, be as low res as possible. Maybe use the dynamic subdivision preview, so to say, the one that you can find here under dynamic subdiv, and this way you get a previewed view of the forms in a smooth way and not in the low poly way. So all right, this looks good for me. What I'm gonna do next, I think I'm gonna save it first. What I'm going to do next is to fill all the gaps that you can currently see in between the muscles, so in the chest area or in the neck and in the face as well. And I just want to make sure that I have a solid object that I can print with not too many, how do you say that, gaps and holes. So let's look at the face here. I think I'm gonna smooth out the lips just a little. And now I'm inserting a sphere, and I will just block in everything that is needed. So let's see, there it is. So try to be rough here. Maybe I can turn on transparent, and this way I can fill the entire volume. And hopefully this way I don't have to do fancy remeshing and all of that. I will quickly go through the models and reduce the subdivision there, just so it's a bit easier on my PC. Alright, I think it should be, yeah, it's much more responsive now. Come on. Alright, now to the neck. Just trying to fill all the gaps here. Let's give it a dynamesh. And here to this side. Let's see. Not quite sure how I will detail the white areas here now, but I think there should be cool ways to do that. Cobra, may I ask, what do you use as a reference? Do you have a 3D model, or are you going from images from searching? I actually created some kind of anatomy library for myself in PureRef. This is one of the final renderings, by the way. And I collected a lot of references for the skeleton and the muscles and a few fat pads. But yeah, mainly Google Images. And this is like 99% of the references that I used here for this study. So this grew during the process and is still something that I'm gonna probably continue to add more stuff to it. But this was the reference that I used to create the entire study. And Google Images is awesome. You're very welcome, Cobra. All right, just filling the gaps in here. I hope you be more bigger YouTuber. Thanks, really appreciate it. I think I have to produce more regular videos to make that happen. And I'm thinking about switching to Twitch entirely for streaming, and then make the recordings available through my Patreon on YouTube, but not live streaming on YouTube anymore. It feels like doesn't work well together, YouTube and streaming, and the expectations for any subscribers are a bit skewed this way, because a lot of people subscribe because of the videos, and now I'm streaming all the time, which is kind of another medium. And looking at the statistics, it seems like it's not that popular, at least on YouTube itself. I really like streaming. I want to continue that, but maybe separate from YouTube. Editing video take a lot of time. Yeah, that's definitely true. I heard someone say to be a successful YouTuber, you have to be a good editor, and I definitely agree with that. It's just a huge part of the entire process. Alright, now that that is in place, I can adjust the muscles here just to accommodate the volume underneath. Thank you very much. I wish I could read your name, but I have no idea, or I don't know anything about Korean. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Wonderboy, I know some are streaming on Twitch, then posting the stream recording on YouTube later. Maybe an idea? Yes. This is actually a consideration of mine. Feels like, yeah, like I said, the streaming on YouTube doesn't fit well with the regular videos. So this is something that I'm thinking about, doing it on Twitch and then uploading it later, or just highlights or snippets. But yeah, still not decided how I will go about it, but it will be in the next few days, weeks, probably. Maybe when I start my new project, the stylized character, then it makes sense to, because I don't want to change how I stream and how I produce the content midway of a project. That can be not appropriate, I feel like. Alright, thank you very much. See you next time. Blossom, hey, thanks for being here. Alright, how do I do that here? Yeah, maybe I will just move all of that closer. Now I know better why anatomy references sometimes look the way they do, because they have to think about how it's gonna be printed and molded and all of that. So this is why a few reference figures might not be as accurate as they could be. Alright, let's inflate it just a little bit. In Thumper, I don't know if I can block that spam here. All right, let's ban that guy. All right, back to sculpting. I'll just make everything here very thick. This way it will be a bit more stable. I notice on the print of the skeleton that it's a bit fragile, feels like. Especially the rib area here. It's quite flexible and can break probably very, very easily. But yeah, when I do a few adjustments here and there, I think it can be much more sturdy. But still, on this scale, it works quite well. It's not something that I would throw into my bag and carry with me, because it will probably break apart. But yeah, it's still quite cool. Sudipto, hello sir. Remember me? Yes, I do. I tend to remember a lot of people that attend the streams, so thanks everybody that joins on a more regular basis. Really appreciate it. So, auto groups. I'm currently just cleaning up the model to be printed. Hopefully it will happen soon. Jacob, why are there black cubes on the fat where the breast would be? Just as a, I don't know, precaution. YouTube tends to flag my videos of the anatomy study as not suitable for advertisement, which I think has an effect on how it's recommended. And this is why I put censoring blocks on the nipples. Don't know if this makes any difference, but I thought, why not? So I'm trying to attempt to all your live stream. That's awesome. Really appreciate it, man. All right. Let's I think I can fill the gap here a bit more. Just want to make sure that the print is coming out clean. So thinking about how to cut that in the most efficient way. How old am I? I am 27. Podcast player, I'm late to the stream. What are you doing, sir? I'm currently preparing the anatomy study for the printing for the muscled version. The skeleton printed successfully, and now it's just a matter of doing the same for the muscled version here. And after that, I will call it done. So there isn't anything left to do, and I will move on to the next project. Cobra, sorry Fynn, how much of Zbrush should you know before you attempt to start sculpting figures like the one you're doing? I mean, you should have a rough overview of the entire, not of the entire, but of the basic sculpting features, like how to use Dynamesh, how to use I don't know, a few insert brushes, but you don't need a lot. So I think when it comes to the tools, it can be learned in a day what you need. And then it's just a matter of doing it. It started from one bone and spread out to the entire skeleton. And I did a study like this when I started out as well. And it was quite helpful. It wasn't the perfect result or the best result, but it definitely taught me a lot about anatomy and ZBrush itself. So I would say if you feel somewhat comfortable in ZBrush, just dive into it. It should be quite the learning experience. Goku, are you making 3D printing too? Yes, this is actually what I'm preparing here right now, and I printed the skeleton already, so you can see that fairly small, but maybe this way here. This skeleton is done, and I just want to do the same thing for the muscled version. So yeah, quite a cool thing to hold in my hand, and it's quite detailed, so something that I really enjoy. What is your printer name? I'm currently printing on a printer that is similar to the Elegoo Mars. It's called Nova Bene 4, Nova 3D Bene 4. And yeah, I think it's somewhat the same printer as the Elegoo Mars, and the quality is amazing. I think the mono printers that are currently on the rise are much better at it, but still the quality of these are fantastic. Anton, hello there, love your sculpting style based on anatomy first taught on demon spirits. Thanks, really appreciate it. Ross Park, hi Fynn, how long have you been 3D modeling for, and how many hours a day is adequate practice in your view? I've been doing 3D for 10 years now, close to 10 years, and I would say figure out what you actually want to do and try to make the process as much fun as you can, so that you don't think about the hours. Think about the stuff that you're working towards. Think about how much you can still learn, and how many problems that you encounter when you do something, how many problems can be solved, and try to do as much as you can. I think there's no fixed number, no fixed approach. It's just a matter of figuring out what you want and how much you're willing to give it. I sculpt a few hours each day, every day. On average, I do have days and sometimes longer periods of times where I don't sculpt at all. But I always come back to it because I've found something that I really enjoy. And if you can maintain that, the joy of it, then you will inevitably come back to it and keep sculpting. So, and at the end, you could have something like this created on your own, which I never thought I thought it would take me much longer to get to this point. But now it's here. I hold it in my hands. And I think it's even helpful for other people as well, if they want to use it as a reference. Podcast player, could you explain how the shape of the collarbone properly, please? I always get stuck there. There's a good analogy of the collarbone. If you look from above, the shape is similar to that of a bow. So let me use this one here, so you can see that there's this bow shape. You could attach a string here and then fling an arrow from there. And from above, this helped me to check if I have the proper form or not. And from the front side, it is similar to a bow, but much more flat. So yes, it can Nova 3D Bene 4 or Elegoo Mars, but these are older printers, I would say. I would probably recommend looking at the monochromatic printers nowadays. It's the Frozen Sonic Mono, the Anycubic Mono, and I think there's the Elegoo Mono as well. So yeah, try to compare it and see what's in your budget. Just checking. Boy, hello brother, I hope you're safe and doing well. It's nice to see you study the female anatomy with so much dedication. Love your content, greetings from India. Oh, thank you very much, really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks anyone that joined today. As the title says, this is the final stream for this anatomy study. It was quite the journey. As you can see, here's the final render. Let me actually zoom in a bit closer. This one was done in Maya, and I printed the skeleton already, and now I'm just preparing everything for the muscle version to be printed as well, and then I will move on to the next project. So a long journey comes to an end with this stream today, and it was awesome to share the entire journey with all of you. I will probably make a video where I will like a summary of the process, and that I will make available for everyone to see. And with this video together, I will make the models and the prints, not the prints, but the models for the for printing available. So Metal Gear, can we buy this? Yes. I haven't uploaded it anywhere yet, but this is something that I'm planning to do. It will probably happen by next week. I still want to finish the anatomy study here and then adjust a few settings on the supports that I made with the skeleton, and then I will upload it to Gumroad. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, not that much left to do, but it will be available soon. Yeah, I was always looking for a nice skeleton, a nice reference for, like a reference figure for a skeleton. And they were either really expensive or they would not be of good quality. And this is now, yeah, like my own reference figure that I made. So, Metal Gear, awesome. Really appreciate it. To get into your Discord group, I need to donate you money on Patreon. Yeah, the Discord is available through my Patreon page, so it's one of the, it's the first tier. You will get access to the Discord group as well. Goku-san, yeah, like I just said, like the Discord is available through my Patreon. We do have a small community there already, and we're sharing our work in progress stuff there. So if anyone wants to join, you can check out the links in the description, and I would appreciate any support. So, all right, cool. unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know how to get around that. I'm not quite sure if PayPal is an option in China, but yes, don't know how to get around that on Patreon, unfortunately. Alright, I'm just closing the gap here a little. I think I could have added a bit more here beforehand, but people connecting in the chat. Awesome. Alright, let's go to the move topological brush and adjust it a little bit. Cobra, can we get access to your previous anatomy streams, and are they through Patreon only? Yeah, the recordings are on Patreon as well. So I do have a playlist with all the streams. It's like the live stream archive. So. Blender Boy, hey Fynn, what did I miss? I don't know when you watched last time or what your last update was, but I'm currently preparing the model for printing, and the skeleton is already done. I printed it successfully. As you can see here, it's finally in my hands, and I want to do the same with the muscle version. So this is currently what I'm doing, and after that, the series for the anatomy study is over, and I will probably take a break for on Wednesday, so I'm probably not streaming on Wednesday, and then I will start with a new project. So yeah, an era comes to an end. So thanks for joining again. Alright, that seems like Russian. I'm unfortunately not able to read that, but thanks for joining. Cobra, so we will be able to buy the actual 3D printed models in a few weeks. I will make the files for that available, so if any one of you has a printer or wants to send it to a print service, you can have the files to do so. I will not sell printed models of this, because it's quite a bit of work and it would be a bit expensive, I would say, just because of the time that it takes to do that, and shipping would probably add so much more on top of it. So I think it makes more sense to make the STL files available, and I will do that by next week, the latest, hopefully. See you, Blossom. I hope you have a great year as well ahead. I hope everyone has. I hope it's better than 2020 in general. Cobra, I see, no worries. I'm sure I can find someone here in the UK to 3D print it. Yeah, there should be a few services out there. One service that I tested a few times, and I think which is located in England, is Shapeways. And they have pretty good printers there, and it might be worth a try. Yeah, Cobra, that's true. But it's over soon, so we can have a fresh start, hopefully, in a month or two. Alright, I will add something here in between the arms, or should I? Let's see. I think I will just close the gaps here where the band around the wrist is, and then it should be fine. Alright, Pedro, hi, where are the other videos from this project? I can't see them on your channel. These are only available through my Patreon page. I made the livestream archive as kind of a reward for anyone that is supporting the channel. So if you want to do that, the links are in the description. And it covers the entire process of this project. So if you want to do a project like this on your own, this might be interesting for some of you. So let's see if the symmetry is on. No, it's not. And let's move that in here just to close the gaps. Fynn, you should remain your live on so we can... If you mean that I should stay live after I ended the stream, yeah, it would be cool to have like a longer period of time where people can still chat, but unfortunately that's not how YouTube works. All right. Patreon is part of it, I would say, and I'm still testing it out. I just like to explore options to make this stuff sustainable, because I have to pay my bills somehow, and I really like doing this, but it takes quite a bit of time, and I just want to find ways to see how I can do that sustainably over a longer period of time. And Patreon is a very valid option to do so. So this is why I set it up, and I'm trying it out right now. And what I really like about it is the community that is growing around the Discord channel, which is really cool to see, like anyone that is like posting their work in progress stuff there, and people helping each other out, which is really cool to see as well. So yeah, I'm glad I started it, and I don't know what it will evolve into, but it seems to help a few people there already, and if more people join, then maybe a bigger community evolves, and I don't know, with more stuff going on, maybe challenges, maybe lessons, more chatting and growing together. So I'm just curious what this will all turn into at one point or another. Are you always airing at this time? Most of the time, yes. Sometimes an hour later, but during or on Wednesdays and on Sundays, I'm usually streaming at this time, yes. But I will make these parts a bit thicker, just so they become a bit more stable when it gets printed. I will do this here around the entire model. Just checking if I can close a few gaps here and there, and then at the end I will merge it all together. Come on. Just pushing it through here again. This way the tendons are connected to the bones here, and will give more stability to the entire print. Not the entire, but to the hand, of course. Same thing here with the smaller muscles. I think I should close the gaps here entirely, just to make sure that I don't get any broken pieces. Same thing here and here. All right. Sculpture Revive, hey! Glad you made it again. Edgardo, greetings from Chile. Awesome. Greetings from Germany back to you. If anyone just joined, feel free to ask any questions. And if you have any random topics that you want to talk about, just let me know. I'm just going around the model here to make sure that it gets printed properly, so nothing too fancy. Hey Daniel, let's get up. Bit thicker here. Alright. Now the arm should be good. And I can... oh no. There's still a slight gap. And it's fixed. And it's closed. Alright. Let's check for the arm. The arm seems to be okay. And let's check for the neck again, just to make sure. Okay. Somehow need to sculpt this, that it doesn't look flat and boring. Alright, that looks not too bad. I think what I can do is to add just a few more lines like this. Hopefully it's not getting interpreted as muscles. Maybe something like this. Like some kind of a tissue. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this one here. This way it feels organic without giving the impression that it is muscles. And the same here. Just a bit of a rougher texture. It should be easier to print than the skeleton, because it's much more solid. But there could be a few areas here that might create a few problems. So I'm trying to fill the gaps here as well, just to be sure. Here as well. There was a gap. Yeah, not too exciting. As I said, it's just post-processing, but it's part of the project. So. All right. I hope I can keep the muscle, the gaps in between here. But for that, I think I should make them much thicker so they're not as fragile. So that seems much more stable. Now for the bookinator here. Alright. That all looks quite good. I think we can keep it as it is. Let's see. I think the same here, just filling the gaps. Ramos, finally I made my own channel. Ah. So it's Ramos. Blossom, thanks for joining, and hope to see you next time as well. I will probably do the next stream on Sunday, so a week from now. So yeah, thanks for joining, and see you hopefully on Sunday. Right, just going around, trying to see if I can find any gaps, and then closing them. Just like this one. Boom. There we go. And now to the muscle here. Same here. And I'm feeling more and more confident that we're on a good track. Just want to make sure that I fill the small gap here. Sculpture Revive. What means the icon with the letter S and D next to total points? These are just... if I change my brushes, you can see that that the radius of the brush stays the same. And the S, for example, when I change the draw size to small, then change it to a bigger brush, you can see that it remembers it for the brush. And the same goes for the dynamic brush mode. So it's just brush settings. Let's see, are there gaps in here? It feels like there are. So I'm gonna close them as well. Just checking the chat. Alright. I think YouTube prevents people posting URLs in the chat. You can try it, but I'm not quite sure if it will come through or not. So yeah, give it a try. I mean, go ahead. Not quite sure if it will work or show up, but I mean, if it becomes like spamming and self-promotion, then it is probably a bit disrespectful, but when it's about sharing, I don't know, sharing names and connecting with each other, then I think it's totally fine. So, but yeah, I mean, if two people want to connect there, then and if there's no better way at the moment to do that, then I'm fine with that. So don't worry. All right. Just checking. This part here is filling all the gaps. Yeah, I think I agree with Cobra. I mean, at the beginning of the stream, I think there was someone posting, I don't know, things to subscribe for subscribe, something like that, and I blocked him. But he came out of nowhere and posted something promotional. But if people participate in the chat and stream and get into a conversation and want to share or connect what they're working on or their socials, then totally fine. Oh, quite early in the morning. I wish you good night. And thanks for joining, even though it is so late where you are right now. Right, bringing these closer to the bone. And then pushing it even further, just to close the gaps. 11 p.m. For me it's 7:30. No, 6:30 right now. So appreciate anyone that is watching so late, depending on where you are right now. Alright, since the feet will probably be glued to something else, to a base, I don't have to be too precise here on the bottom side. Still want to make a good job though. Take care, Blossom. Cobra, 5:30 here in UK. Yeah, you're an hour. I'm an hour ahead of you. I wish I would have had one more hour in the day, but I'll probably spend it on sleeping. Sculptor Revive. Do Zbrush show how many time I spent on a project? Not that I know of. I mean, if you save your undo history, the one that you can see here, you can reconstruct how much time you spent on it, but as soon as you delete that history, I think there is no way to know. Some people use like time trackers to do that, so they get a good estimate on how much time they spent on the entire project, but I haven't done that yet. I find it kind of, I don't know. It's just another thing that I should be, or that I would need to take care of, and I'm just not interested in that at the moment. Alright, let's make these thicker. Yeah, we do have the ritual as well. I heard that they're considering to stop doing that, so that the year is the same over the entire year, that the time stays the same across the entire year. There was a poll, I think 2 years ago, and they're still deciding. So I heard that the majority was for an end to the to this ritual, but not quite sure when it will take place. Hey Slay, no worries. Thanks for joining. It was quite a while ago, I think, and at least as far as I know, the discussions or I don't know what has to be done for that to be put in place are still ongoing. So I think the EU has or wants to avoid like a patched up time zone area where one country is doing that, then the other country right next to it isn't doing it. Just to avoid confusion, I think they're taking their time to figure out what the best way to do that is. All right. Let's check with the torso here again, just to be really sure. Ah. And the muscles here in the shoulder. All right. I think this is good as it is right now, and I will move on to the next step. How do I approach that the best way? So I exaggerated the details already, and I filled all the gaps. So now the next step is to decimate and combine everything. So hopefully that works out. Let's save it first and then move on to the next one. It's 2P2T. It's not following. Thanks for the follow. I probably pronounced something wrong. Joseph, hello to you as well. If you just joined, I'm finishing up an anatomy study that I started a few months ago on stream as well, and you can see that it is covering the entire body, and right now I'm preparing it for printing. So CFM just subscribed, thanks. And since a little bit of time has passed, I think I can show the print again that I did of the skeleton. So you can see here the final print of the skeleton that you can see or just saw on the screen. And I want to do the same kind of thing right now with the muscled version. So let me zoom in closer. So focus on here. I think that should be fine. So you can see all the details. And I really like the back side of the knees. As you can see, they have quite a bit of detail. And lastly, the feet. So, quite happy with how the print turned out. And I hope I can get the same level of quality in the muscle version. No, you're pronouncing just right. It's great to find some inspiration in people streaming while working on Zbrush. I've just started a project in the 3D world and I'm hella confused. Yeah, it is its own, how do you say that, kind of reality, if you want to call it that way. It's a whole new world if you haven't done it before at some point. I really like it. I fell in love with it quite a long time ago, and have been working in it ever since. So glad you joined the 3D community. And if there are any questions, if you have things that are unclear or that you need help with, just let me know in the chat. Cobra, how tall is that print of the skeleton? And I'm assuming that the muscle version will be the same size. I hope I can fit the same size onto the printer. I'm not quite sure because the muscles add a little bit of volume on top of the skeleton, and the legs printed out, or they maxed out the volume pretty much. So I might have to shrink it down a little bit. But the overall height, let me measure it. It's probably, yeah, maybe 28 centimeters. Not quite sure how much that is an inch, but 28 centimeters, maybe 10 inch, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, 28 centimeter an inch, 11 inch. So 28 centimeters and 11 inch, and it's quite big actually. So yeah, you can see it here when I'm holding it in my hand. It's as big as my head, so it's enormous. All right, let's make all the stuff visible again. And what I'm gonna do next is to decimate it. So I won't take the highest subdivision level, just one subdivision level below that. And this way it's gonna be a bit faster. So it's just so I can get a good idea of how much it is going to cost if I get it printed. When you are getting it printed by a company, then they will calculate the price by volume, not so much by height. So since this is quite a thin character, like very thin pieces, the volume shouldn't be too much and should not be too expensive. So the height isn't the important factor, it's the volume. And the muscled version, that would probably cost a bit more, but the skeleton should be fairly affordable, I would say. All right. Now this is, yeah, I should do the proper resolution on this one. On the legs, I should go one higher as well. And on the face as well. So I think only the arms yeah, god damn it. Yeah, I think I have to decimate all of them on their highest subdivision level, but one by one. So let's go to the skull and start with the decimation. So pre-process current. This will take a little bit of time, so if anyone has any questions, now it's a really good time to ask them, because it's quite repetitive. I will process everything, then I'm decimating it and doing the same thing for all of the objects here. So not too exciting. So decimate current, maybe a bit less. That should be fine. Then this one, pre-process current. Mauricio, why decimation? I forgot. I want to combine all of the meshes together, and right now the entire study consists of around 50 to 60 million polygons, and it's way too dense to work with it. And yeah, when I send it to the printer, I want to have a small file size, as small as possible, and I want to Boolean everything together and then hollow the entire thing as well. And having too many polygons in there is just overkill for the processor. So this is why I'm reducing it down. So decimate current. And on the skeleton, I don't have to be too detailed, because it will be covered by the muscles most of the time. Oh boy. I wish the camera would show the details properly. But the material itself has some kinds of translucency, subsurface scattering effect, and it doesn't really show the details on camera that well. But it is pretty cool. Alright, plugin, decimate current. Steady, where can we download this anatomy model? I will be making a video as some kind of a summary of the entire process soon, and once that is published I will announce the where it's available. I'm planning to upload it to Gumroad by next week, and hopefully by next week I will have the video for that as well, covering like summarizing the entire process, and then I will make it available. So if you want to do that, if you want to buy that, stay tuned. If you plan to do like a study like this, maybe the reference sheet here that I collected for the study is helpful to you, and that is available through my Patreon page, together with access to the Discord channel, if anyone is interested in that. And the links to that are in the description. Come on. All right. Maybe that was too much decimation, so decimate current. I think that's a bit better. All right, now to the heavy meshes. Esvam, hey Fynn, so after 16 hours sculpting in Blender, how do you think it stacks up against Zbrush? And would you recommend it as a good starting point for those wanting to get into sculpting and not jumping in at a £630 sub or near £700 starting cost for perpetual license. I would say Blender is a really good start. It does have its inconveniences still at the moment, because the performance isn't good. They're working on it, but at the moment it's not. Yeah, you can't go into like really fine details, like skin pores and stuff. But other than that, I would say it's a really solid start for anyone that is interested in sculpting. So give it a try, I would say. I just today met with a friend online, and he started sculpting in Blender. He opened Blender for the first time, and he liked it. So together we tried to tweak a few things and find our way through the software where everything is. But if you've never sculpted in Zbrush, I would say start with Blender. It's a really solid program to start with, and you have access to all of the other functions as well. And not getting to know Blender, I think, when you're interested in the 3D industry, is a really good thing to do. So I would say go for it. Hey, DXG Studio. Hey Tim, was geht? Long time no see. Vielleicht kann man ja mal demnächst wieder telefonieren. Hoffe, es geht dir gut. Ezra, awesome, thanks. Nice to get a real answer instead of the standard ZBrush. It's just better use it. You're welcome. Pedro, I found Blender good to do hard surface. Yeah, when it comes to like poly modeling, Blender is better, I would say. Or not. It comes back down to preference. But for hard surface, there are more options in Blender, I can imagine. But there are people doing amazing hard surface stuff in ZBrush as well, so it comes back down to the artist, not the tool. Sculpture Revive. Can I do time-lapse when I have history? Where's this option? You can do that by movie and then forward history. And this way it will go through the entire timeline and record the steps. You can just do it by individual objects, not for the entire scene that you have. But yeah, you can play around with the settings here, especially the edge position, edge size, edge orientation, as well as edge frame. They're responsible of how the transition from one brush stroke to the other are. Tim. Sehr gerne, Tim. Ja, morgen habe ich auch nichts vor, also kannst du jederzeit durchrufen. Ich weiß nicht, wann du am besten Zeit hast, deswegen ruf einfach durch. Cobra, Ezra, there is a video I believe out there from Flip Normals explaining the difference between all the three packages and which one may be best. You should check it out. Yeah, Flip Normals is really cool, so. And will be 1080p. I think it should be. I think it depends on your, let's say, document and your canvas size. So the size that you can see here, this is the resolution of your video. So if you want to have a different one, then make sure to put something else here. And I think it depends on timeline. Yeah. Here. window and dock, so depending on these settings here, these will define your resolution together with the canvas size. Alright, let's decimate it. Hopefully it is not crashing. Alright, it seems like Zbrush takes its time. Hopefully not too much. Ramesh. Yeah, I think I do. Why do people ask me that all the time? Come on, Zbrush. If I click on the interface, then it will probably freeze. Or it initiated the operation. Perfect. Sculptor Revive, you're very welcome. Alright, let's decimate it again. Cobra. Search for what's the best. Oh, I see. Frost, how did you like the Blender Sculpt tool? I think it's a solid start, and it gives the basic tools that are needed to sculpt. It's not as streamlined and efficient as Zbrush is at the moment, but they're making great progress, and I think it's just a matter of time when people that know Blender really don't have a reason to switch to Zbrush. For me, Zbrush is still the king, but with the speed that Blender is currently progressing, it's just a matter of a few months maybe, and then it will be a worthwhile competitor. Frost just subscribed. Thanks. Did I earn the subscription with my answer? Clone just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Alright, so let's go to Z plugin and pre-process card. Yes, awesome. I appreciate it. Alright. Yeah, the process right now is a lot of waiting and computing and waiting for Zbrush and waiting again. But it's part of the process, and the modeling and texturing and all of that took a while already. And now it's just doing the last few steps, and then the project is over. Sculptor Revive. That's awesome. Yeah, I liked Jägermeister quite a lot when I was younger, or when I started to drink alcohol, but I overdid it a few times, and now I can't look at it anymore. But I can understand people really liking it. Gully, is breast tissue really that lumpy? It's more of an illustration of not quite sure. I mean, it's fat tissue. It's not muscle or anything like that. It's fat that is covering the anatomy that is underneath it, and this lumpy visualization is what I found the common way to illustrate the fat areas, or the fat pads. So this is why I went for that. And it probably doesn't look like that in real life, but so do the muscles probably. There's just much more going on there. Excuse me. and everything is more tied together, and there are more layers of tissue that connects everything, and the veins and arteries and all of that. So it's a pretty big simplification of the human anatomy, but a very helpful one for artists. So all of the underlying tissues, like the small stuff that isn't really that impactful for the skin, how the skin is formed on the surface level. So this is why I did the study, to get a better grasp of what affects the form on the skin, on the surface. And the muscles and a few fat pads are the foundation for all of that. Ah, perfect. Thanks, Gally. Glad to hear that. It shouldn't be seen as a medical reference. It's more of an artistic reference. So at least for me, it kind of looks cool. So let's see. That looks good enough for me. Now onto the leg muscles and pre-processed card. Yeah, when I did the breast tissue on stream, the chat, how do you say that, exposed its own age, I would say. Can you say that? It wasn't very mature. Let me keep it that way. Sculpture Revive, how long are you sculpting? In general, around 10 years. On this study here, 25 streams, so 25 times 3, around 80 hours, 75 hours. So on this stream alone, quite a lot, but in general, a bit longer. All right, more processing. Hopefully the strands or the lines on the muscles come out in the print. That would be pretty cool. But I see it as a test print, so if I have to exaggerate the details even more, then I will redo the entire process again. But it turned out pretty good on the skeleton, so I hope that it turns out the same way on the muscles. And I exaggerated them already, so hopefully it was enough. So, and then the skeleton is not alone anymore. Catch. If you just joined, then maybe I can yeah, I can switch to the main camera. And yeah, it's really rewarding to hold it in my hands. So you can see that the print captured the details quite well. And it's awesome to have it now, holding it in my hands and seeing everything coming to life. So pretty cool, don't y'all think? Hoppa. So really awesome. And quite big. So even though my printer's quite small. I managed to print it out fairly big because I cut off the arms and legs and printed them separately. So really amazing. And I will make the files available soon, so by next week I should have it uploaded on my Gumroad page. So if anyone wants to grab a copy of the files to print it for themselves, make sure to stay tuned, and I will notify everyone once it's available. So alright, let's decimate current. Beacon, well, that's a long stream, I'm back. Yeah, I will probably go for a while still, because I want to get as far as I can with preparing it for the print. So I will go for a bit longer today. And I'm live for two hours now, so not too much. All right, this is all done. Now to the head. Zagamon is now following. Thanks for the follow. Hope you are safe and have a nice Sunday. Gumroad. I will post a link to my Gumroad channel when I have something to show, when I have something uploaded there. But right now there's only like a small miniature, so nothing too fancy. It's the, how do you say it, the ghoul miniature that I did for a video, and I'm planning to upload more models there soon. Is the fan of my laptop that audible? Hopefully it's not too loud. Yeah, my laptop is doing good work with these many polygons. So yeah, when it comes to rendering, it's pushing the limits much more, but with like 60 million polygons, that was quite heavy on it. But I decimated it down quite a bit, so it should be much better. Alright, thanks Catch for the feedback. Slay, yeah, this is the only thing that is available right now on my Gumroad. I should actually update that as well, because there's currently just one version available there, but I actually did 3, so let me switch to that. So I think I made this one available. This is like the first version that I did. And I do have these other ones here as well. So like 3 different versions. And I'm planning to publish like all of the miniatures that I did so far. but it takes a little bit of time to put everything together, and then I will upload it. So it's currently quite blurry, but you can see here in the background I do have all my miniatures. And yeah, hopefully I can create some kind of a small army. So that would be kind of cool. I used to play Warhammer or collect the Warhammer miniatures, fantasy ones, when I was younger. So I'm pretty happy that I can do my own miniatures at the moment. You want that one on the stone? I will make it available soon, so you will be able to get that. Beacon, have a good one. Thanks for joining. Sculptor Revive, yeah, that's really cool. It feels like someone else did the same amount of work, because I did it all on the PC digitally, and getting it printed out, it feels like, I don't know, it just pops up in real life and it's there, so it's really cool to see. And the same with the skeleton. I mean, I worked on this model for I don't know how many hours, and having it in my hand now feels like, it doesn't feel like work anymore. It's just a little bit like Christmas. 3D printing is just, I don't know. I'm so glad that we have the technology and that it's so accessible. All right. That all seems really good. And I would say I will try to first save and then combine everything together. So hopefully it merges it fine. I will use the Boolean, and then it's time to cut it into pieces to print it better. So let's go to Boolean, live Boolean, and make Boolean mesh. And this will hopefully combine all of the meshes that are visible right now. Alright, this is the combined version. Let's see how it looks inside. Oh, it's horrible. Alright. Yeah, hopefully I can kind of... I should find a way to clean all of that up, that it's just one-sided. So probably have to dynamesh it and then project the details again. Sculptor Revive, did you print the skeleton as a whole or in parts like Lego? I printed it in parts. I printed the torso as one piece with the spine and the hip attached, and then the legs I printed separately, as well as the shoulder blades connected to the arm, so the arm with the shoulder blade together. I printed as well separately, and then the head as one piece. And I printed the head out 2 times actually. So yeah, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts in total. And this is the only way how I can print that large of a figure in my small printer. Otherwise, I think I would have cut it into pieces anyway, just to make it easier for the supports. Please print me a 3D printer. They became much more affordable over the years, so I think the one that I printed this one on, I think you can get it for 250 euros, the printer, and it will give you this kind of quality. There are now better printers out there. I don't own them, but yeah, it became quite affordable. Alright, this is something that I don't want to see, so I will try to fix it. So let's go into here. And it feels like there's some kind of stuff that it's too thin, probably. Let's actually check it. So display properties, double. No, we don't have to. That should solve the issue. All right. Let's do that here as well. Just so we can be sure that there are no gaps. And let's do the same thing here again. So make boolean. Bit of cracking my joints. So, come on. There we go. So now the issue disappeared here, and that is good news. So in general, I think we're on a really good track here. And what I'm gonna do next is to duplicate it and go to Dynamesh and Dynamesh the whole thing. And it's currently closing holes. Hopefully it doesn't crash on us. But we will see. Come on, Zbrush. You can do it. Sculpture Revive. All can learn anatomy from your print. You can see it quickly, touch and focus on hard parts. It's so cool. Yeah, hopefully it serves as a good reference for some of you. This was the main reason, or one of the big reasons why I did this sculpt, to help anyone that is currently doing their own anatomy studies. Hopefully it's more beneficial as a figure as well. Boromir just subscribed. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks. Thank you very much. Come on, Dynamesh. Should I click the interface? Let's see. Zbrush is calculating. So Maybe it's just a matter of waiting a little bit. Come on. Cobra, if I tried that on this laptop, a white flag would pop out of the video. Yeah, maybe I pushed it too hard on my laptop here as well. Funny comparison. Come on, Zbrush. Hopefully it catches itself. I mean, if I get to a similar level as the reference figure that I have here from 3D Total, then I'm totally happy. And I think I should be able to manage that, but I think we have to wait for Zbrush to finish the Dynamesh to find out. Still calculating, and the RAM is increasing, so probably takes a little bit. I don't know, hopefully it will. Did I save? Should have saved before that. As you can see, a very, very exciting stream today. So much action. Come on. Not quite sure if I should kill it or wait for it a little longer. But if it's still calculating, then chances are it might come back, but there was a quick save. Alright, so and maybe it's time to kill it. I don't know. Should I wait? Should I wait or not? Still calculating. But Dynamesh shouldn't take that long, to be honest. Yeah, it feels like it's one CPU that is really struggling. Yeah, one CPU up here. All of the others are more or less okay. But yeah, takes just too long, so let's start from scratch. God damn it. Curious when the last autosave was, so that feels like it's combined already, which is good. No, I think it's fine. Yeah, it happens. let's see where we left off. I think there was this error here on the stomach, so I will fix that again, and then we should be back to where we were pretty quickly. So I'm just deleting a few things here to make the file size a bit smaller. So that should be fine. All right. So live boolean. First, let's fix the stomach. So auto groups. And let's push that out and push these things here in as well. And this one, perfect. All right, now live boolean, and make boolean mesh. So hopefully this time it works. Union remeshing in progress. And there we go. So the artifacts here disappeared, which is perfect. Let's duplicate it, and I think I'm gonna lower the resolution just to see at what resolution it is at the moment, if it works at all. There we go. All right. So 8, I think it was 8, it's already quite high, I would say, so let's try it with like 56. Sculpture Revive, do you use microphone and camera from laptop? The camera at the moment that I'm using, yes. For the wide shots where I showed the prints, I'm using a Logitech C920 and a microphone from, I don't know what it's called actually, but it's an external microphone. Odon, hello sir, I'm surprised to see you are still working on this. What improvements are you making today? Yeah, it's taking a little bit of time, I know, but we're close to finishing it up. I'm currently preparing the muscle version, or the muscled version of the model to be printed. And I have printed the skeleton already, and it turned out freaking awesome. And now it's time for me to do the same with the muscles as well. And then the study is done. So as the title of today's stream says already, is this will be the last stream for the study, and next time I will start with a new project. And I'm thinking about switching over completely to Twitch for the streams, and do more regular videos on YouTube instead of the streams. So yeah, today is the last day for the study, and it has been quite a journey. All right, let's fix up the stuff here. Not quite sure if I can fix it up. Yeah, I decided to, or I'm thinking about doing it only on Twitch because streaming wasn't that good for my statistics. And not that I care too much about numbers, but it feels like less people are getting my videos recommended. and that it's kind of a bummer because I put quite a lot of time into the streams and the projects, and to see that being negatively impacting my channel is like quite of annoying. And this is why I want to stream on Twitch and then make like summary videos or proper videos again on YouTube, just to keep it separate and focus on the platform that is, or on the format that the platform is promoting the most. So streaming for Twitch and YouTube videos on YouTube. So hello Twitch viewers, awesome. Yeah, thanks everyone that switched to Twitch. So Kinriko, thanks for being here. It was amazing. Thank you very much. Currently thinking about, let's see, how do I do that here the best way? Yeah. There we go. So moving it a bit away from the arm, just so that it does not fuse together. Odon, are you partnered with Pixelogic to do videos for Zbrush? I wish, but I'm not, no. Maybe at some point, but I think that they subscribed to me. The official YouTube channel of Zbrush subscribed to me like a few years ago. But no, at the moment, not that I know. I've never been in like official contact with them. Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe I could ask them to participate in their live streams. They do have guests on there regularly, but I'm not quite sure if I feel ready yet. Or maybe because I want to try it on my own as much as I can, which is kind of a stupid idea, but I don't know. It's something that that feels right at the moment, but I can be completely wrong. So, all right, let's see if Dynamesh is doing a better job now of not fusing the arm together. I think the best way to push my channel further is to do more proper videos. I think this is what got a lot of people here in the first place, and I neglected that a little bit for the sake of streaming, and I want to get back to that a little bit more. Kinriko is not following. Thanks. Thanks, Odon. Alright, this seems to be working out quite well here. Go around now and close all the gaps. And then I will be dynameshing it once again. And then I will project it. Project it back to the model that I had before. So let's fill in the gaps here. Any gaps here? That looks good. I think the primitive here was a good idea. closing this gap here. And this looks good as well. Let's see. No, I think we're on a good track. So just going around with the inflate brush to get rid of all the little holes here and there. Oh no, it fused these together. So maybe I will go to the Z-modeler brush to delete those here. Alright, so delete a single poly. So there was just a single poly. Actually. Alright, the same here, so let's kill that. Cool. Delete polygon. Somehow want to keep the holes here. More of cleanup. Do you have an ArtStation Instagram and Twitters? Where you showcase your finished pieces? I will upload the study to ArtStation and Instagram, that's for sure. And yeah, you can find the channels in the chat. So, Overlord the 7th, is it going to be 3D printed? Yes, the same way as I printed my skeleton. This one is the skeleton that is underneath the muscles, and I printed it already. So you can see that this is exactly what I'm planning to do. So a little bit more work to be done, and then the version with the muscles is hopefully is standing right next to the skeleton. Hopefully. Sculptor Revive donated. Oh, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, man. I can't read the text that is underneath there. Unfortunately, it's just too small. But I will probably get a notification later. So thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Overlord. Let's see, let's close the holes. This looks good. And what I can do instead of doing it on the other side as well is I can just mirror it and mirror and weld it. So now it's symmetrical on both sides. And I will close this hole here as well. And this one. Any more holes? Anything else? Here and there. And the hole here. This one is a big one. As long as all the gaps are closed that I want, then it's fine. The rest I can project back to the mesh that I saved earlier. Some more intersections or holes here. Some are here. No, nothing too bad. Overlord the 7th. I saw once use Blender for sculpting. Will you use it again? I actually did a small sculpting round with a friend of mine today, and we both dabbled a little into the sculpting brushes and options in Blender, and I will probably go back to it at one point or another, but I will use Blender mainly for rendering and shading and all of that. So I hope I can get into like UV layouts and retopology there as well, and then I can get rid of Maya at one point or the other. So this is my main goal at the moment, to make the switch to from Maya to Blender. Odon is now following on Twitch. Thank you very much, man. Alexandra, hello from Portugal. Hello from Germany, back to you. Thanks, Odon. Really appreciate it. Yeah, if anyone just joined, I will move the live streams completely to Twitch when I start with my new project after this study. Today is the last stream for the anatomy study, and after that it's time to do proper videos for YouTube again, and to how do you say that? Focus streaming on Twitch and YouTube for YouTube, and videos on YouTube. So Overlord, why does Blender sculpting interest you even though you have Zbrush? I wanted to give it a try. I saw a few videos of the capabilities, the cloth brushes before Zbrush had theirs, and yeah, just having a package where I don't have to jump from software to software, and to have it as a backup for when I need functionalities like I use in Maya. So, Sculpture Revive, I'm glad I found your channel. You always answer on my question, even if it's a stupid question. I always see passion in your eyes and your smile. I wish you a lot of success. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Sculpture Revive. Glad that I can be of some kind of help, and I hope I can continue doing that in the next projects and streams and videos. So thank you very much for the feedback, and yeah, all the best to your journey as well. Catch, I'm glad I caught that. I didn't hear you say it before. Definitely to make the switch. Yeah, I think today I'm stating it or saying it in a more definite way. I teased it in a few streams in the past, but never really how do you say that? Said that when I will do the switch. But I think now that this project is coming to an end, it makes sense to do it. So all the links to my social media, all of that kind of stuff should be posted in the chat now. So yeah, there should be the Twitch stream as well. Sorry if I don't understand any Russian, if that is Russian at the moment. I wish I could read it, but I can't. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. That looks all quite good. let's take a look inside of the model just to see if there are any things that I've overlooked. And there are a few actually. So I want to make sure that I can get rid of those things here. And I want to do that by inflating it again. So 6. And let's inflate it just to get rid of it. Let's see if it works. Odon, besides English, what languages do you speak? German, and that's my native language. And I used to learn French for a little bit, but I can't say anything anymore, unfortunately. Other than that, not that much, to be honest. Alright, I think this is still fine here. Let's look inside the head. There's still something. But this, I think actually... No, I should close it. So... Let's dynamesh it again. This hole should be closed here as well. Or should it? I mean, I really like the opening here, so maybe I will just leave it. But I can remove that. Yeah, someone suggested to do that before. Not quite sure how beneficial that is for all of you that don't speak German. But it could be kind of fun. But I think my German audience isn't that big. Ash, just Ash is not following. Thanks. Thanks for the follow. Let's use the trim dynamic brush here. Why is it behaving so weirdly? X3001X is not following. Thank you very much. Alright, just trying to minimize the volume here. Ash, just Ash, kein Problem, befinde mich gerade am Anfang meiner 3D-Ausbildung. Ah, that's awesome. If you have any questions or if you, I don't know, want to know something that I can help you with, just let me know. And if you want, I can give you the answers in German as well. Just trying to see that as many people as possible can understand it. But if there's something that you want to know specifically, just let me know. And I'm gonna try my best to help you out. Oh, I know how you could work with Pixelogic. No, they need streams for the German audience. That would be an option, actually. If they would be up for it, I would be too. Fynn, what do you say 22 by 22 by 26 centimeter printing size for 3D printers? Any good? If it's a resin printer, then yeah, definitely. My resin printer is much smaller than this one, so you should be fine. I think mine is like 70 millimeters by, I don't know, 15, 16 times 16 as well, centimeters. So that size, if it's a resin printer, that should be really good. Ash, just Ash, you're very welcome. Alright, let's try to be a bit quicker here, filling the volume. And that should be fine. Let's take a look inside the head again. And that looks pretty good. Now onto the legs. I think the legs will be quite messed up. Retake A10M mixed color Prusa. So it's an FDM printer, I would assume. Then I'm not that familiar with FDM printers, but I heard a lot of good stuff about the Prusa printer. But yeah, when it says mixed color, then I would assume it's a FDM printer. And for that, I think it's okay. The FDM printers tend to be on the larger side, but not quite sure what the common size is. I'm a bit more used to the resin printers. Alright, we do have a gap here that we can close. Alright, let's dynamesh again. And that should be fine. Right, now onto the hip area. This one will probably need a bit of cleanup. Oh boy. If I close all of these little holes, then it should delete everything that is inside. So it could be the case that this was just the small little hole that made all of that stuff inside possible. Nope. More stuff here. Oh boy. That's quite messed up in here. Let's see if there's more going on here. Let's see. Anatole, hey Fynn, how are you doing? And also, what's the most efficient way to get rid of those weird holes? Either increase the resolution or go around your model and close the holes manually, just like I'm doing right now. And I just search for the parts where it connects to the outside mesh, so feels like there's the hole. Alright, I think I found the most important one. So it's a bit of troubleshooting necessary, but yeah, it's part of cleaning up models. It's just no. Would be cool to have no artifacts like this happening, but these artifacts are a user error and not a error of the software. Alright, there should be something in here where it connects to. And that should be the error. Let's see. Sculpture Relief, I have to go. When are you going to do the next stream? The next stream I will probably do in a week from now, so Sunday, not quite sure which, 22nd, and in a week from now, same time. And this is when I will probably start with a new project. Maybe I will do a stream where I'll just do a random sculpt, but maybe I have decided on a new project until then, so in a week from now. Anatole, thanks for the tip. I noticed sometimes I ran into the issue and had no idea there was an easy way to fix it. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a magic button that you can press. It's still a bit of work, but you can get rid of them. You don't have to deal with or live with them. Sculpture Revive, Übung macht den Meister. You say it. Kinrico, nice. I'll definitely try to be there next time. Awesome. And bye, Sculpture Revive. Thanks for joining. And I hope you have a nice Sunday evening or morning, depending on where you are. So let's see if we got rid of it. Probably not. We did. Awesome. Much cleaner now. There's still some stuff going on here, but that looks much better now. That is really cool. I think I have to close these gaps here. Oh darn, funny, I have to go soon as well. Do you have a nerdy things? Fun besides Patreon for getting new 3D printers. Software and other items for the stream. Do you mean, let me see. No worries. Not quite sure if I understand the question, Adon. Do you mean if I have other means of funding my 3D printing stuff? Or not quite sure what you mean by it. Sculpture Revive. No worries, take care. Alright, let's see if this worked now. Feels like a little bit, it's a little better, but there's still something going on here, so I think I have to close these gaps here. Is there some holes going on? And this one, I think this one was causing problems as well. Just closing holes here and there. And remeshing. So let's see. Come on. Let's become clean. God damn it. Mr. Center, how did your first print go? Did you finish it? Yes, thanks for joining. I can actually show you. I can't get tired of it or this, but here's the print of the skeleton. So you can see that it is pretty awesome. It managed to print all the details, and you can see a few of the support marks here that I have to sand off still, but yeah, other than that it turned out really well, so really happy. And you can see now it's blurry, but it's quite large. It's like almost 30 centimeters tall. And I'm really looking forward to printing out the muscled version. So thanks, Ash. POG. What does POG mean? I see. Anatole, nope, I won't do that. I wanted to do a study for the muscles and the skeleton, and I got to the... I think I achieved that, and now it's time to move on to another project. Ah, thanks Ash, thanks for clarifying. Never heard of it. Ah, good to know. Yeah, I still have to learn a lot, it seems. Cobra, sorry Fynn, what Maker 3D printer do you have? Looking at some now, but maximum height size is 25mm for around 230 euros. Yeah, I'm using a resin 3D printer, so no plastic FDM printer that is heating up the spool of filament. I'm using a resin printer that is working with liquid resin, liquid plastic, and my size of the printer is much smaller than the 25 centimeters. So, Sweets Almond subscribed. Hopefully I caught the last name correctly. Almond, Sweets Almond just subscribed. So my printer that I'm using is called Elegoo Mars or the Nova 3D Bene 4. These are the two printers that I own, but I would recommend looking at the Frozen Sonic Mono. I think it's Mono. There it is a bit more expensive, but it has a monochromatic LCD screen, which is much more powerful, lasts longer, and gives better details. So the Elegoo Mars and the Nova 3D Bene 4, these are, I would say, last generation printers. Nowadays with the monochromatic screens, it's much more energy efficient, faster, quality is higher, and I would say go with that if you're seriously interested in printing. It's a bit more expensive. I think the Frozen Sonic Mono starts at 400, if I'm not mistaken. But as far as I've seen, it's well worth its money. So now all the artifacts are gone inside of the skeleton. Awesome. So what I can do now is I can merge it again, go one subdivision level higher, and go to Project and Project All. Cobra, so how did you manage to print your skeleton, which is bigger than your printer size? I sliced up the model into 6 parts. I printed the torso, the arms and legs separately, and the skull. And then I glued it all together. So I glued the scapulas on top of the ribs, and I glued the legs inside of the hip joint and the head on top of the spine. So I did multiple prints and I maxed out my volume. So, but if you're interested in doing the same print that I did, the smallest printer should be fine doing that. So the smallest of the resin printers, like the Elegoo Mars or the Elegoo Mars and the Nova 3D Bene 4, they are similar to the Anycubic Photon and the Frozen Sonic Mini, and they're all very, very similar. Oh, Dawn, I gotta go. Take care, Fynn. The streams are always appreciated. See you on the flip side. Good sir. Enjoy the stream, everyone, and have a great day. Thank you very much, Dawn. I really appreciate it, and glad to hear that that you enjoyed it. So the next stream will be on Sunday. Hopefully you can join there as well. So I wish you a great day as well. Cobra, got you. Thought you printed it out altogether. No, that would be awesome if I had a printer that large, but maybe in the future. So, and then I will get a monochromatic printer because they are much crisper in detail. And this, like the screen resolution is a huge factor in these resin printers. They pretty much define how crisp your prints will be, and yeah, other than that, like the screen resolution and the dimensions, these are, I think, the biggest factors. Hopefully the projection will be clean. Should have saved a morph target beforehand, but should be fine. Mr. Sanitary, can you reuse the unused resin left in the printer after you finish a print and the scraps you cut off? I can't reuse the resin for the supports. They are plastic and they are hardened, so I can't use that. But everything, all the liquid resin that was too much, I can reuse for the next print. So what I did right now and the last days is I poured a lot of resin into the chamber. How do you say that? Yeah, into the printer, not into the printer, but in the vat, and then I just added more resin when I started a new print. And this way I didn't have to clean everything up and refill it again, but I just can add more and more. So it's quite convenient this way. Cobra, I found this. It is for, what do you think? Tarantula Pro 3D printer kit. Printing size. Not. I mean, if you're into FDM printing, there are really good printers for that. Maybe you can look up the Ender 3. That should be a really good printer as well. Not quite sure if it's cheaper or not. But when you want to print small sizes and want to get high quality, really high resolution print, I would say don't go with FDM, but more with the resin printers, and they will give you much better results. You can print large, but if you slice it up enough, you can still get miniatures like this or figures like this, but with much higher quality. So the FDM printers, the one that you posted, they don't have the quality when it comes to the final result of the print. But on the other hand, you can print much bigger. So if you want to print terrain pieces for tabletop games or bigger models, then these are fine, but the quality will not be that great. All right. You can see that the projection was kind of successful. I think successful enough for me to make it ready for slicing. So I will smooth a few things out here just to get rid of a few artifacts. But other than that, I would say the projection was successful, and I can cut the model into pieces. All of these small things here, they're nothing that worries me. Damn, this 3 female anatomy study is seen on live when made is really impressive. The more I look at it, it's details. Thanks, Kinariko. Glad you like it. yeah, it was quite a journey to get to this point. So glad to share the entire process with all of you. All right. I don't worry too much about the underside because it will be glued to a base. So the rest looks fine. Catch, what's your secret to staying so relaxed when working on stuff? I need some of this chill. Good question. It probably comes with time. And I think a huge part is knowing if you enjoy the process or knowing that you like what you're doing at the moment. You don't have to like be happy and joyful all the time. I think if you're content with the way that you're or the path that you're going on at the moment and you think it's worthwhile, then I think it gives some kind of peace. If there's always the uncertainty of, am I wasting my time? Is it the right thing to do? Is it something that is really interesting to me? Or is it something that I want to pursue as a career? If all these doubts are not, if you haven't decided yet, then I think it's hard to get relaxed or stay relaxed. It's more, I think, a question of figuring out the path that you want to go and then pursuing it for a while just to be reassured that it is actually the right thing that you, or the thing that you want to do. And after a while, I think it lifts a bit of weight off your shoulders if you decided that for yourself. And it can still change, but at the moment, I think I'm working on something that is worthwhile and that will bring me a few steps forward, I think. And this is why I don't have doubts in my mind that should I do this or not. And since it's mostly a study as well, I'm not so... I don't rely or depend so much on the result. I really like the result and I'm really proud of it. But I try to see every project now from a standpoint of a student, that I'm learning and that mistakes are fine. They're part of the process. And I will probably not do a perfect piece anytime soon. And there are already a few things here that I would change if I would do it again. But my main goal for the entire study and for all the projects that I'm starting next and working on right now, I want to progress, I want to learn, I want to get better. And I achieved that goal already if I just do it. The result isn't that important. I should strive for quality because that means I'm solving problems and I'm learning things that I didn't know before. But I'm not stressing myself out by trying to do a perfect job. 90% is really good. 100% is impossible, I would say. And striving towards 100%, that's good. But working on it and burning yourself out when you not get there is not a good thing. So I try to see it from the perspective of, I learned a lot from this project and I did better than last time. I could do better, but it's time for me to move on to the next project. And this way I think it alleviates a lot of stress out of me. The stress that I get is I don't do enough projects. But this is another thing. So while I'm working, I think I'm quite content with what I'm doing. Glad to hear that, Catch. Right, a few artifacts here and there, but I think it shouldn't mess with the print. So I'm smoothing it out just a little bit to make less supports necessary. But in general, it's a good thing already here. All right, enough of that. I think it's time for slicing it up. So how do I do that actually? I think I'm gonna slice it here along this line in the base of the skull, so I can just stick it on top. Then the arms where the deltoid is and the biceps, and around the line of the obliquus externus. And this line here. So or should I do it this way? Not quite sure about the legs yet. Could be that it's with the buttocks not working that well, but because I would need to slice it down here in the middle. So is that the thing with Markiplier George? Been seeing it everywhere. Yeah, I don't know what the term is. It must be an inside joke. Alright, the face here looks a bit terrible. So let's try to reproject that again. And project all. It looks a bit better. Does it look better? I don't think so. God damn it. Let's duplicate only this. Now that there is a bit more resolution, hopefully it projects better. Still not. Maybe because the decimated version here isn't looking properly. So let's insert the actual face geometry here and try that again. So project all, and that looks much better. Let's do the same here actually. Just to get the transition from one muscle to the next a bit sharper. Should be fine, should be fine. Alright, so that doesn't look too bad. Let's create a plane. So plane 3D, go to display properties and double, and this way you can see it from both sides. And what I'm gonna do just to see it a bit better is go to dynamic subdivision and give it a bit of thickness. And this way I can actually make it out from the side. So let's put it in here. Oh, actually, let's go here. And mask that area out. Rotate it so it fits the angle there. Let's go to Z modeler, move points and infinite X. So this way I can move it on the entire, how do you say that? It goes through the entire silhouette right now and moves everything, not just a single point. Do nothing. Do nothing as well. Come on. Do nothing. This way I can easily just grab the points here and put them into the places where I want them. Ash, I will continue with my weight painting for my animation. I hope you have a great stream, sir. Awesome. Yeah, all the best with your rig. And I will probably do the slicing up only now, and then after that I will call it a day. And then this will be the end of the stream for the anatomy study. So thanks for joining today, Ash. And the next time that I will be streaming is probably on Sunday next week, if you want to join there. But yeah, glad you made it today. and all the best with your work. Yeah, over Patreon, you can contact me there. Otherwise, DMs on Instagram maybe. Let me see. These are the there are the links to my social media, so DM me somewhere there or join the Discord channel over on Patreon. Yeah, a few choices. All right, let's lower the thickness. All right, this doesn't look too bad. Now I can adjust the plane a little on this axis. And then it should be good. Slay. Thanks for joining. Take care. Hope to see you next time. All right, that should be okay. All right. Let's see. What I'm going to do here is I will mask out a section here that I can then extrude upwards. So something like this. And when I go to the dynamic, it gives it a little bit of thickness, and I can probably increase it a bit more. 0.6 maybe. Yeah, something like that. And I fucked it up, so I have to do it again. Let's do only this. And a bit of there as well. So move it again. And let's go to transparency just to make sure that it is in a proper place and feels like it is. But I think it's a bit too wide, so I will shrink it down just like this. And let's cut it down as well. So bring it down to that level. This works as some kind of a key. When I do the cutting next, then gives me a really good thing that I can put the two pieces together. So in order for that to hold its shape a bit better, I will insert an edge loop here. So extrude, insert, and one here. On the other side it looks good, so always yes, and that looks much better. All right. You know what? I think I'm gonna delete this edge here. And what I'm gonna do instead is gonna use crease polygroups. This way I have a flat surface on top. Can do the same here, so let's do it again, crease polygroups. And this way I have harder edges, and I think it's better for printing. Alright, the first key is done. So let's turn off transparency and onto the next one. So let's insert a new plane, insert 3D plane, and let's move it up to the arm. And the same thing here. Let's go to dynamic 0.006, something like that. Maybe a bit thicker. There we go. Huh. Strange behavior. There we go. So what I'm trying here is to cut off the arm. Hopefully it works. Not quite sure if I will manage to do that, but we can at least give it a try. So let's move it like this, and what I'm going to do first is to try to align it to the deltoid. So what I'm going to do here is pushing it like this, so I can cut it at that edge. Then I can go in here and try to match it a bit closer. Delete hidden. I have to be quite careful here to get a clean transition. Alright, that looks good. The inside here is good as well. I'll make sure that I cut through the entire mesh here. And since I'm using the dynamic subdivision with the thickness on top of it, I don't have to worry about both sides. I can just manipulate one side, and the thickness will always be proper. So that is a really awesome feature. Alright. I cut through the entire mesh, it seems like, which is awesome. And what I can do now is the same thing that I did with the head. So I can get like this piece here. Let's go to something like this here and extrude it out. So let's extrude it and bring it to the top. Something like this. Give it the dynamic subdivision again, and we should be good to go. I think I can lower the thickness just a little bit. Let's give it to 0.1. No, maybe a bit less. 0.08. Nope. 1.0 too much. There we go. 0.008. Let's actually do the same here with the 0.008. And this way we get more consistent results, hopefully. Alright, and now that we have this on one side, we can mirror and weld it to the other side. And we have the arms done. So let's see how we can do it for the leg. I do have an idea, maybe that works, probably not, but we can see. So what I'm gonna do is I will mask out some kind of a ring around the parts that I want to cut off. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's just a test. Can pretty well be that I have to do it in another way. But we can at least try it. So let's go to extract, make it as thin as possible, just like this. And let's delete by symmetry, close all holes, auto group, delete everything else, and let's go to ZModeler, polygroup, this one and this one, so we can auto group this one. A lot of back and forth right now. Delete hidden, auto groups, Huh. Let's do auto groups again. Huh. Strange. It should have both sides separate. Not quite sure why it's not. Ah, feels like here's the thing that messed it up. There we go. I just want to have the outer part deleted, and then we can say close holes. And this way we have a disk that is going through the entire mesh. And the cool thing is we have two of them, and we can just delete one. So delete hidden, and let's zero mesh it. Quite a bit of a hassle right now, but I think it should give a good base for us to start with. So I had symmetry turned on, that's why I undoed it. Alright, so let's hit auto groups again, delete all of the artifacts, and now that we have that in place, I can use the dynamic subdivision again with the thickness of 0.008. And this way we have a really good edge around the model. Cool that it worked. Alright, just going around the model to define where it will be cut. And I want it to be underneath the bone to hopefully hide the seam just a little bit more. Something like that. So hopefully that gives good results. And the same thing here again. Taking a piece here in the middle. This time not too accurate, and pulling it out just like this. Maybe I should at least get a decent mask going, so no anti-aliasing, or at least as little as possible. All right, and now back to doing that. And I think this is a good looking key to the model here. So now that we have that in place, we can mirror and weld it. Let's check if there are seams. That should be all fine. Alright, so thanks everybody who is still watching. It's quite a repetitive process at the moment. But we are at a finish line, at the finish line actually. So now with all the different planes, I will merge them together. So merge down and merge down. So I have all the planes in one subtool. And what I'm gonna do is to apply the dynamic subdivision. Nofels, hey, thanks for coming back. Kinrico, thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. Glad you're still watching, you're still here. Because now is the final step almost to cut it into pieces, which is actually fairly straightforward now that we have the plane set up with all the keys in place as well to let the models stick together in a nice way. And one thing that I'm gonna do actually is to scale the middle here just a bit together so it's tapered. And this way the different pieces should slide together much more easily. So let's do the same thing here as well. And this way it looks much better, I would say. Thanks, Cobra. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Catch, awesome. So cool to see this come to fruition. Yeah, it was about time. But I'm really glad that it is now at this point. So apply the thickness. And what we can do now is we can set it to intersect. And with live boolean turned on, you can see that the cut is previewed. And the only thing that I have to do now is to go to Subtool and under Boolean, hit Make Boolean. Hey, Sculptor Revive. I'm currently slicing it up. We just placed a few planes with keys and just like boxes sticking out. And now I'm Boolean the planes out of the anatomy study. And this way I cut it into pieces. And then the models are done for printing. Let's see what we get. So if everything has worked, and if I now click on auto groups, it should create groups for the different arms and legs, torso and head. So let's see if it worked. Come on. And then I can do a group split and everything is its individual object. Come on. Come on, auto groups. I mean, it's 7.5 million points at the moment, so it worked perfectly. Awesome. Really cool. So if I click on the arm now, I should have my key here and the proper hole here. But it feels like there are a few missing pieces. But it's good to see that here because I can delete them next. So let's check the head. That looks pretty good. And the other side looks good as well. Perfect. It's quite close with the key here, but I think that's fine. Here it looks a bit better. Alright, what I'm gonna do next, just to clean things up, is I'm gonna hide all the big parts one by one. And what it will leave me with is the artifacts. You can see there are quite a few floating pieces, floating geometry here that are their own geometry. And what I can do is just inverse the visibility and hit delete hidden, and this way all of those are cleaned up. And yeah, quite clean cuts, quite happy with the result. You can see it turns out quite well. Jacob, why do you know anatomy so well? It's just a matter of practice. Anyone can do that. I say anyone who's interested can do it. For some people it's just boring, but for me, I'm really interested in it. So no one has to force me to do it, which is, I think, a plus side when you want to learn something. So what I can do here is just give it a quick smoothing along the lines. This way I hopefully can avoid a few artifacts when it comes to the printing. And when it comes to making supports and slicing up models, it's all a matter of practice and trying things out, failing and doing it again. And there's no right or... There are a few wrong ways to do things, but no definite right one. I mean, our whole industry is based on people that did all of these things for the first time, and they invented quite a lot of stuff, so yeah, we're still on the search for finding the perfect ways to do things, especially when it's 3D. Hey Richard, glad you made it. How are you today? Will you use ordinary glue to connect the elements? Probably. I used, how do you say that? Sekundenkleber. Not instant glue. What is it called? Quickly look it up. Super glue. Yeah, it's super glue. And what you can also do is what I used on a piece that broke off the spine, I used a little bit of liquid resin, the uncured resin that I use for my prints, dipped the ends into it, and I held it in the sun for a few seconds, and then it cured the two parts together. So that's another cool tip as well. And I think I heard somewhere that it makes an even stronger bond than super glue, because it's the same material that it was printed with. Thanks, Catch. Yeah, I do. Super glue is kind of dangerous. Not dangerous, but can be quite sticky. Who would have thought? leakage. That's not cool. Hope your eye is doing well. Sounds like a horror scenario. Greg, have you sculpted musculature for use with muscle sim before? No, unfortunately not. I would have liked to do that. We had a student, or a fellow student of mine. She did muscle simulation, and I think I gave her a model of mine once. But I never actually did the muscles myself, which I would like to do in the future at some point. I think it could be really interesting. But I'm not quite sure if it's more the rigger's job to do that than the modeler's job. So not quite sure how it is handled at the big studios. And I think only the big studios really do the muscle simulation. Or smaller ones for advertisement probably as well. But muscle sim is, I think, more on the advanced side. Autosave, which is good, but it takes so much time. Come on. Oh boy. Feels like I'm running out of disk space. Ooh. Not cool. Didn't notice that it was this this heavy. Come on. Oh boy. My PC right now is at 0 bytes. So not quite sure how to get to the desktop so I can access my bin to delete stuff, which is kind of crazy. Come on, where can I do that? Oh dear, yeah, oh dear. God damn it. Give me a second. Alright, that is good. Yes. Alright, now I should have a little bit more space. Hopefully it catches itself. Let's do it again. So, videos. I think I should. Yeah, there we go. Boy, oh boy. Zbrush is like eating up my memory. Thanks, Scott, to revive. Yeah, it's kind of a, how do you say that? there was a few years ago this scandal of Rhythm and Hues closing down because they went bankrupt, and in the same line they won the Oscar for Best Visual Effects, and they went bankrupt because the director was abusing their contracts and didn't pay them enough, and it was kind of a messy situation. And the green screen is like the symbol of this is how the movies would look like if it wasn't for the VFX artists. So back then I decided to make my avatar profile picture green as well, just as a reminder, so to say. Yeah, I was able to get back to my desktop, but I wasn't able to minimize Zbrush, and my bin is on that screen, and I couldn't access it somehow through the Windows Explorer. So, but I managed to do that. So hopefully now it works. Hopefully. So edit. Let's delete. Undo history. Alright, that looks good. Now the last thing is the head, and I think this looks perfect. I can bevel this one here a little bit. So it's not a hard line. Carmen just subscribed. Thanks for the subscription. Alright, cleaning up that edge here a little. And I would say this is the end of this study. The last thing is just to use the decimation master to decimate the whole thing, split it into its individual objects, and then it's ready to put the supports on it. So thanks everybody so much for joining today. I hope you learned something, I hope you enjoyed it, or I don't know, I was able to fill some time for you. But yeah, this is the end of the anatomy study, the anatomy series that was going on for, I don't know, I think 3 months now. And it was quite a journey, but it was also a lot of fun to do that alongside with all of you. And I really appreciate anyone that joined today and joined recently on the streams and participated in the chat. And yeah, I don't know. It was just cool to hang out with all of you. And I will stream on Sunday the next time. Maybe this time or the time after that I will switch completely to Twitch for the streams, because I want to focus on YouTube on normal videos, and I want to keep it free from the streams, so to say. Even though the audience is a bit larger here on YouTube than it is on Twitch, significantly larger, I think it's better for the channel to keep it separate. So I will stream on Twitch soon. I will make announcements on YouTube though when I'm going live. So I will post a community post then. And yeah, I'm gonna publish a summary video where I will talk about the entire process of this anatomy study, and in the same move I will upload the STL files for the print, so that by hopefully next week, anyone that wants to get this file will have access to it, and I will make it available on my Patreon page, probably as a discount. Other than that, I will upload it to Gumroad, so anyone that wants to have this thing here can get it. And let me quickly refocus the camera. So, all right, perfect. And yeah, thanks so much, everybody. Let me quickly go through the chat. Thanks, dude. Got me interested in 3D modeling in general. WG, awesome to hear. Hope it brought you onto a path that you enjoy. Pedro, amazing work. Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Kinriku, thank you very much. Your stream was very chill and interesting too, so I look forward to more. There will be more, a lot more, I think. The next project will be a character for bringing it to an animation-ready level. So topology, maybe I will include the design process as well, but proper sculpt, good topology, textures, and render, everything ready for rigging and having a final asset. So thanks, Sculptor Revive and Cobra. And don't worry, there will be more streams after next week's stream. And yeah, so let's take a last look at the anatomy study. No, I won't play something that would take a bit of time, and I would probably just embarrass myself. But yeah, thank you, everybody. And I will see you on next Sunday. So take care, have a good day wherever you are, good morning or evening, and yeah, take care of yourself. Bye bye.